Right, a very good morning to each and every one of you as we're live here from the Thurston College grounds as the Lancashire Premier League 2025 is all set to commence its fourth week right here at Thurston College grounds. The seventh match of this tournament as we have Southern Panthers taking on Ashton Lions. The Season 4 of Lancashire Premier League 2025. It was the Ashton Lions who won the toss and elected to field first, putting Southern Panthers into bat. And it surely is going to be an exciting and a thrilling contest between these two teams. Ashton Lions, of course, at the top of the table. Right, so the players and the umpires getting ready out there at the centre to start off this match number 7 of Lancashire Premier League 2025. Southern Panthers, the two openers all set to walk out to the middle. Tivanka is one name to watch out for, as he has been very, very explosive with the bat in the previous weekend in match number 6. He was the one who set the tone for Southern Panthers, and I'm sure we can expect same kind of batting prowess from Tivanka in this match as well against Ashton Lions. But had a good look onto the surface in the morning, and there is a good thick covering of grass. So it's at the first few overs, has to be very watchful against the fast bowlers. The ball might skid a bit. It's very dry, not a hint of wetness on the surface. The conditions are very dry, the sunshine pouring in. It's very hot and humid out there at the centre. But against the fast bowlers with the new ball, Tivanka will have to be careful a bit. Play it safe in the first few overs and to see how the surface is moving, to see how the ball is moving. And then once adjusted to the conditions, he can start to play his natural game. Right, so the two batters are set. Tivanka will face the first ball. And Sachin at the other end, at the non-striker's end. Southern Panthers versus Ashton Lions. The first game of this fourth weekend. And here we go. We're all set for ball number 1. Off the edge. Almost carried through to the slip fielder. Lithika with the new ball against Tivanka Pereira. That was exactly the area where he's supposed to bowl it outside the off stump. And Tivanka was trying to cut that ball that was just touched too close to his body to be cut away. Yeah, there we go. Off the glove. Almost carried to that slip fielder. Well, there's a big gap between the wicket-keeper and the first slip, and he's almost standing at where a second slip would stand in a slip cordon. Wonder what the reason is, because Lithika is not that fast, so I wouldn't mind that first slip, or rather the slip fielder, to come a bit closer, and at the same time bit closer towards the stumps and bit closer towards the wicket keeper as well, because there's a big gap between the wicket keeper and the slip fielder, and the ball might just run in between with nobody committing to the catch. Asking the question this time, probably just sliding down the leg side, but you can see the intentions from Tivanka Pereira is quite clear. He's going to go after bowling. Never mind what I said about settling down out there at the centre and getting used to the conditions. He's going to whack you from ball number 1. But that time he got extremely lucky, but probably just sliding down the leg side that time. Here's Lithika once again. Sharp swing into the batter. Tivanka this time present into the full face of the bat. Well, it certainly requires a specific set of ability to face this new ball with its movements across the line of the delivery. Lithika obviously bringing it into the batter, into Tivanka Pereira. Swing and a miss once again. Bowling it wide outside the off stump. Tivanka Pereira trying to whack that ball onto the onside once again. Feet not moving. Stationary there. Tivanka Pereira just trying to whack that ball in the power play. Obviously just 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So that gives that freedom for Tivanka Pereira to just whack that ball. I'm sure from the extravagant shots that we saw in this first over itself, his go-to area would be that long on to mid-wicket region. We might try to exploit that region. That's a good delivery. That's a good over. A maiden to start off with. First over done. Southern Panthers yet to get off the mark. A good start from Lithika. A maiden to start off with Eminem Akram and Tivanka Pereira. The 2 openers for Southern Panthers. Tivanka Pereira yet to get off the mark after facing 6 deliveries. Right, so here's Mohan Raj with the ball in hand to bowl the second over. Eminem Akram. Here's the first ball from Mohan Raj. Oh, that's a good delivery outside the off stump. It was there to be driven away. Eminem Akram couldn't really reach to the pitch of the delivery to drive that ball through the offside. But that's a good delivery to start off with. Mohan Raj asking questions right from the ball number 1. Punch down the ground, a cross-batted slap there from Eminem Akram. And it goes all the way for a boundary. So that's the first boundary for Southern Panthers. And it comes off the bat of Eminem Akram. Obviously, a lot of experience behind that name, Akram. Hailing from Lumbini College. And then played for Saracens under-23 team as well. That was slapped down the ground there from Akram. Both long on and rather mid-on and mid-off up inside the 30-yard circle. So that gives that option of going down the track there for Akram. And not much pace on offer from Mohan Raj as well. It's a good delivery, good carry through to the wicketkeeper, good comeback from Mohan Raj. See, this is what he should do. Got to bowl it tight outside the off stump, right in that fourth, or rather the fourth to fifth stump region. So that Akram will have to work his way around, and with the bounce that he can get off the surface, it's a very hard surface. So if you hit the deck hard, you might get some good bounce off the surface. And as you can see, as you saw in the previous deliveries from Mohan Raj, it just had a good carry through to the wicketkeeper as well. That's just too wide. That'll be a wide, yeah, there we go. Is far down the tram lines, those blue color lines on either side of the wicket. Once again, trying to drive that ball through the offside. They couldn't reach to the pitch of the delivery that time, Akram. Not the first time we saw that. One boundary so far in this innings for Southern Panthers, and it comes off the bat of, or rather it came off the bat of Eminem Akram. That's down the leg side, so it'll be a wide, second wide of this over. Down towards backward point that time, will be just a single to finish things off. 8 runs coming off from that over. 2 overs done, 8 without loss. Now looks like we have one more delivery to go in this over. Oh, that's a good delivery. See, that's really good from Mohan Raj. The key thing is he kept it very tight outside the off stump. So 2 overs done, 7 without loss. Right, so here's Akram to face the third over. As Lithika is back with the ball in hand, punched down the ground for just a single. See, both the bowlers, Mohan Raj and Lithika, not that express. So on a surface like that, or on a surface like this, it's important that you generate a bit more pace off the surface, because then only you get that ball to skid, because there's a lot of grass on the surface. A lot of live grass, not dry grass by any means, live grass, which means the ball will skid on a bit nicely. Ah, that's a good delivery. That's gone, is it? No, how did that miss the off stump? That was very close, because that came in sharply against Tivanka Pereira, and he certainly seems to be struggling against a ball that comes in sharply. My goodness, how did that miss that off stump? Because that was brilliantly bowled that time from Lithika. Punch down the ground once again. Down the ground he goes, and he goes all the way for a boundary. No chance for the fielders there. Both, as I mentioned earlier, still in the power play. Both mid-on and mid-off up inside the 30-yard circle. So anything full on the up can be slapped down the ground just like that for a boundary. It's a risk-free option, I should say. And the ball goes down the ground straight as an arrow. And once again, but this time, it's got straight into the hands of the mid-off fielder. See, now the long on fielder is there in that boundary. Is deep. But that boundary off the bat of Tivanka Pereira, it was just struck straight down the ground, so that long on fielder had no chance whatsoever. That's how straight it was. That's how good it was. So Tivanka Pereira has a real good idea as to where the fielders are positioned. So he knew exactly where that long on fielder was positioned and was careful enough to play it straight. So that is good thinking from Tivanka. That's up in there, but no chance for the fielder. Down towards that mid-wicket region. Won't go all the way for a boundary, just a single though. Tivanka Pereira and M.N.A. Makram, the two openers still out there in the middle. And that's the end of the over as well. 13 runs on the board at the end of over number 3. Mohan Raj to bowl the fourth over. Oh, inside edge. Almost chopped it back onto his stumps that time. Tivanka Pereira got to be careful because not entirely sure whether Tivanka Pereira was the opener. I think he was the opener in the previous weekend as well for Southern Panthers, and he played an absolute stunning innings to get Southern Panthers up and going. But he got to be careful as well with the new ball. On a surface like this, the ball might just skid on. And once again, see, the key thing, if you've analysed the areas where the bowlers bowled at Tivanka and from where he, got his runs, whenever it's full and straight, he's gonna go after. He's gonna slap you through that mid wicket or down the ground. Well, that's his go-to areas. But once you bowl it wide outside the off stump, he shows great difficulty in reaching out to those deliveries outside the off stump. That's another wide. This is not good from Mohan Raj. That's the second wide of this over. So, as a bowler, if you've seen the footages from the previous matches, if you've done your homework, you should make sure to bowl wide outside the off stump to Tivanka Pereira. It should be simple as that. Because if it's full and if it's straight, he's going to go after. If it's in that arc of going towards that mid-wicket region, he will slap you. He will slap you hard. But you got to bowl it outside the off stump to an area where Tivanka Pereira cannot actually reach. Because to reach out to that delivery outside the off stump, you got to reach to the pitch of the delivery, which means you got to have good feet movement. And if there's one area where Tivanka Pereira is lacking at the moment, is that he cannot reach to those. He's showing great difficulty in reaching out to those deliveries outside the off stump. So if you keep bowling in that region, Tivanka Pereira might adapt. He might, slash that deliveries outside the off stump with the full face of the bat to go towards that point, to backward point region. But as of now, from what I am seeing, if you bowl it wide outside the off stump, you can restrict Tivanka Pereira with his run scoring. 4 overs done, 16 runs on the board without loss. Four overs done, 16 runs on the board without loss. Eminem Akram on 6 and Tivanka Pereira 6 off 17, taking his time. And let's have a look at the points table. Croston Kings and Ashton Lions on top with Northern Falcons 2 and Beeston Warriors also with 2 points, and Southern Panthers and Western Tigers yet to get a point in that points table. So Southern Panthers will have to work hard to get that 2 points up and going in that points table and to reach to that second round of this tournament. The Lancashire Premier League 2025, organised by the Lancashire Cricket Academy. One of the top cricketing academies in Colombo at the moment, the Lancashire Cricket Academy. And all these players being nurtured and guided to make sure that they play good quality cricket. And from what I have seen over over the past couple of weekends. These players have played some good quality cricket. We've seen some good bowlers, good batters, some good fielding efforts. So everything just reflects the quality of cricket that is being taught in the Lancashire Cricket Academy. So that is something the coaching staff, the management should be extremely proud of. The way these batters, the way these bowlers, the players have demonstrated their abilities on a big stage. And of course, the credit should go to the Lancashire Cricket Academy for giving these players to play in these conditions. So if I'm not mistaken, the finals, the semi-finals of this tournament, the Lancashire Premier League, is all set to be played in first-class conditions. Now even these Thurston College grounds, these are good conditions to bat. These are good exposure. This is a good exposure, a good experience for these players. And I did interview a couple of players in the morning, and what they did mention is that this exposure was never there for them in the school time when they played cricket at certain levels, at certain age levels. But now, through the Lancashire Cricket Academy, they're getting that exposure. And they're extremely happy about how the proceedings have been going on so far in this tournament. This is a season 4, and some of these players have been in this tournament since the season 1, I'm sure. So they have a first-hand experience of how things grew from strength to strength through season 1, and now we're in season 4. Yeah, so once again, the credits should go to the Lancashire Cricket Academy, the coaching staff and the management. But this is good from Lithika. I beg your pardon, Kavishka. See, once again, you just keep it outside the off stump against Tivanka. And by that way, you can keep him off of his limits. If it's full, if it's straight, he is going to whack you. So you've got to bowl it wide outside the off stump. Let him work for runs. Let him work hard for his runs. This is Kavishka with his first over. That time much better. Very tight outside the off stump. Right in that 4th to 5th stump region. 6 of 22 for Tivanka Pereira. And by his body language, I'm sure that he is very keen to unleash himself, to break the shackles and to get a good hit on his bat. Last ball of this over. 5 consecutive dot deliveries from Kavishka. And there we go. That was incoming. Punch down the ground. Won't go all the way for a boundary. Hitting that bottom part of the bat. So it was not that convincing there from Tivanka Pereira. But he get a single. Touch to full. Cleared out his front foot. He lost his balance, but it was firmly struck, but not enough to get it all the way towards the boundary. 5 overs done, 17 without loss. Right, so at the top of the orange cap table, we got Taraka Madhuwanta with 122 runs in 3 innings with a strike rate of 109, and Abdul Rahman with 114 runs in just 2 innings with a good strike rate of 128, and Pasidhu Samarasinghe of Beeston Warriors, 73 runs with a strike rate of 107.35. So that's how it stands at the moment. The orange cap is given to the highest run scorer of the tournament. And we got a purple cap as well for the most number of wickets. So we'll bring you that statistics soon as well. Right, so time for some spin. Given the surface that is on offer here at Thurston College grounds, I thought Ashton Lions would fancy their chance with another couple of overs with some faster bowlers, but no, they've gone to Hamad Ibrahim to bowl the 6th over. Well, time for them off spin, I guess. Tossing it up, Hamad. Once again, there we go. It's a nice loop, Hamad Ibrahim tossing it up against Tivanka Pereira. It's a matter of time for Tivanka Pereira to get under the ball just like that, off the edge. Now, having a look at the field for Hamad Ibrahim against Tivanka Pereira, I feel like this is the ideal field for him. A mid-wicket and a long on in position. So this is good thinking from the Southern Panthers captain to have a mid-wicket and a long on in position against Tivanka Pereira, because that's where he normally likes to exploit. But at the moment, he's being contained quite nicely. 4 bowlers being used so far, and 6 overs done, 17 runs on the board. So let's have a look at the purple cap standings. So it's Udara Piris with 6 wickets in 3 innings, and Malit Bimsara with 5 wickets in 2 innings, and Sineth Malwattage of Beeston Warriors with 4 wickets in 3 matches. So that's how it stands at the moment. The purple cap of the Lancashire Premier League 2025. Goes high up in the end. That's gone. That's gone. That's brilliant there. Hamad Ibrahim. I beg your pardon. It's Kavishka once again coming into his first over, or rather the second over after a brilliant maiden over in the first one. Now has the first wicket for the Ashton Lions. Eminem Akram trying to go after the bowling. That leading edge coming into play, and a good take from the fielder. My goodness, that's a good one, because it's not an easy one there to take. Had to run back. It's one of those tough catches where you have to take for the sake of your team, because these 2 openers were settling out there at the centre quite nicely. So Eminem Akram has to depart, and now Southern Panthers 17 for the loss of 1 wicket. Just the kind of starts Ashton Lions wanted in this game. A wicket in the first few overs. 17 runs on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. See, this is Tarka Madhwanta, a left-handed batter. 48 matches, 1,781 runs for him, with a very healthy average of 48. See, the frustration was growing in the mind of Tivanka Pereira and Eminem Akram. The runs were not coming as easily it came in the past few matches. So they were struggling out there. The timing was not there, and the conditions were against them, I would say, in the first few overs, as I mentioned in the pitch report as well. Can be a bit tricky in the first few overs with the new ball. The fast bowlers might get some assistance, and they're getting that assistance for sure off the surface. So that frustration was there. They were not getting those boundaries. So either Tivanka Pereira or Eminem Akram had to take that chance to go for few boundaries. So Eminem Akram decided to go after the bowling of Kavishka, but it just didn't really work out for him. Caught that leading edge, and the ball went high up in there, and a good take from Hamad, if I'm not mistaken, in the field. Should be a wide. Yes, it is wide. That's up in there. A chance. No chance. It's gone all the way for a 6. Wow, that's a good shot. Good shot there from Taraka Madhuwanta. Touch to full there from Kavishka straight. And he punches it down the ground. That went very high up in there. Not much distance, but he cleared the ropes. But it's that the elevation was quite good from Kavishka. Or rather, Taraka that time. And Kavishka bowling it touch to full. And touch to straight as well. Then 8 runs so far off of his bowling, 1.3. Here's Taraka once again. A bouncer, good comeback there from... oh, it's been given as a wide. Kavishka. That's a second wide in this over. That's once again touch to full outside the off stump. Has that gone all the way for a 6? No, it's a boundary. It's a 4. Taraka once again slashing at the ball outside the off stump. And just one bounce and into the boundary line it goes. That's a good shot once again. So Kavishka after bowling that wonderful first over for a maiden has now conceded 13 runs in this over. Or rather 12 runs in this over. And once again, this time through the covers he goes. But there's protection in the deep. Now that the power play is done, 4 players are permitted to stay outside the 30-yard circle, 4 fielders. Now this should take some pressure off Tivanka Pereira because Taraka is going after the bowling. He's on 11 of 4 deliveries and Tivanka Pereira on the other end as coming in as the opener, 7 of 29. So he's been struggling out there at the centre. But now with Taraka going after the bowling, that should ease off some pressure off Tivanka. We'll allow him to play his natural game just like that. He gets a single and to finish things off. 7 overs done, 31 for 1. Oh, that's gone. That's straight and Tivanka Pereira cleared out his front foot and tried to whack that ball, but it was straight, that was full, and Hamad Ibrahim gets his first wicket, and now it's 2 down for Southern Panthers. That's brilliant once again. Hamad Ibrahim just keeping it full. And Tivanka Pereira knows only one way to play. He's going to whack you. And if it doesn't connects, that's going to hit straight into the stump. So the off stump is uprooted. And Southern Panthers 31 for 2. Udara Piris, left-handed batter, 1,281 runs in 49 innings for him. Right, so here's Udara Piris. But this is good from Hamad Ibrahim. He held his nerves, he held his line and length quite nicely that time against Tivanka Pereira. And once again, keeping it straight and full. Hamad Ibrahim just not letting Udara Piris to go on to the offside, not giving him any width outside the off stump, just keeping it straight. Onto the offside, will be just a single through the covers, driven away quite nicely that time from Udara Piris. And now 2 wickets down. Southern Panthers need a partnership, and they have just the right people to do that. Taraka Madhuvanth and Udara Piris obviously has that ability to put up a good partnership here, to bat through at least till the 16th or 17th over. Now that would give them some good total on the board at the end of their over number 25. Remember, these are 25 over games. So at the moment, things are not ideal for Southern Panthers. Eight overs done. 32 for 2. Ahmed Razlan being brought in to bowl the 8th over of this match. So spin from both the ends from Ashton Lions. Swept away quite nicely. And that might run away for a boundary. Yes, it does go all the way for a boundary. Tharaka Madhuanta knew exactly where the fielder was positioned that time. The fine leg fielder was nowhere to be found. There's no fine leg fielder, as there is this backward square leg fielder positioned. But he's, well, it seems like a cardinal error there that time from the Ashton Lions captain to not to set a fine leg fielder, because that's very interesting. And once again, see, in the same exact region, without a fine leg, how can you bowl a spinner? Because once he gets it straight, the batter can nicely just work that ball, sweep that ball towards the fine leg region. So you cannot bowl a spinner, especially an off spinner, without a fine leg in position. So that's a cardinal mistake that time from the Ashton Lions captain. So looking into the fielding placements for Ahmed Razlan against Tharaka Madhuanta, there's no fine leg. There is a deep square leg and a backward square leg fielder up inside the 30-yard circle. There is a deep point fielder and a short third man fielder as well, and long on and long off in position. So 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. We got a deep square leg, a deep point, mid on, or rather long on and long off. So I wouldn't mind that taking that backward square leg fielder more towards the fine leg region and let him cover both the backward square leg and the fine leg region. So 9 overs done, 42 for 2. A big inside edge and onto the pads. And another bowling change now. Razeen Ramlan being brought in. Oh, a misfield. And that's gone all the way for a boundary. Tharaka Madhuanta proudly wearing that orange cap as the highest run scorer in this tournament. Moves into 24 with that boundary. Pires gets a single. It was good work there from Udara, giving that support to Taraka Madhwanta, who's absolutely making havoc out there at the centre. 4 sixes and or rather 6 fours and a 6 in this inning so far. Inside out he goes. Oh, he's gone easy. My goodness, what has happened there? Taraka Madhwanta, for a moment I thought it's gone all the way for a boundary, because that was struck very firmly from Taraka Madhwanta. He got to the pitch of the delivery. But maybe if we can have a look at that again, maybe I think Taraka Madhwanta couldn't really get the elevation he was looking for. So just like that, the third wicket goes down for 48 runs, and the players are now having a drinks break as it's very hot and humid out there at the centre. Ten overs done, 48 for 3. Right, so Gagan Udesiri, the new man in for the Southern Panthers. 48 for 3 at the end of over number 10. Now, what should be the key? Now, this is Ahmed Razlan, 49 wickets for Razlan. Now, that's through the wicket-keeper's legs. Might not go all the way for a boundary. Will be just a couple of runs. And with that couple, the 50 is up for Southern Panthers. Now, what should be the key for Southern Panthers heading into the next 15 overs of this game? I feel like going at around 5 to 6 overs without losing any wickets. That should be the key, because they cannot afford to lose any more wicket. They need to make sure that Udara Pires is out there at the centre. And Gagan Udesiri and the rest of the batters can actually bat around Udara Pires, who is a more prominent batter to come compared to the batters to come for Southern Panthers. So it'll be an interesting session of play. But if Ashton Lions just continue to pick up wickets at this rate without letting any of the batters from the Southern Panthers to settle down out there at the centre, it'll make sure that Southern Panthers won't make any above par score on this surface at the end of their 25 overs. So Ashton Lions just need to keep on taking wickets and putting pressure with dot delivery, just like they've been doing for these 10 overs. They haven't given away much runs. The current run rate is below 5 runs per over. That should be a wide. Yes, it is a wide. The projected score at the moment stands at 122. And against Ashton Lions, it's not going to be enough because they have a good batting lineup that would, give their 100% to chase this target down. As I had a quick chat with one of the Ashton Lion players in the morning, and what he did mention is that in the previous year, they were at the bottom of the table. They finished the tournament at the bottom of the table. They couldn't win a single game, but now they've already won one out of their first 2 matches, and coming into this third match, the Ashton Lions, they made some good inroads in the first 10 overs, restricting Southern Panthers for just 50 odd runs and picking up 3 wickets as well. Oh, misfield. Just a single though, no harm done that much. Ahmed Rajdan not happy with the fielding effort. 11 overs done, 55 for 3. Hamad Ibrahim back with the ball in hand to bowl the 12th over. Dealing in singles at the moment, these 2 batters just taking their time, understandably. Straight to the point fielder. Hamad Ibrahim bowled well. So far I can see his figures, 2.5 overs, 1 wicket for just 3 runs. He's bowling it. Now this, I feel like it's going to be a faster delivery. There we go. Oh, that's up in there. Oh! Well, that took the batter by surprise, but it just fell short of Hamad Ibrahim. See, there we go. That gesture shows that it's going to be a faster delivery. He posed it fast, but it just took the batter by surprise. Almost a wicket, almost. But that's a good effort there from Hamad Ibrahim. 12 overs down, 57 for 3. Punched on the ground this time. Won't go all the way for a boundary. Will be just a single. Razin Ramlan picked up a wicket. His very first over itself. Has to be wide. Yes, it is wide. There we go. Kakano Desiri taking his time. Udara Piri is the same. 6 of 13. Cut away once again, but straight into that point fielder. Not much pace on offer from Razin Ramlan. See, all the spinners from both the ends, they're not offering any pace on this surface, which I think is the right way to go. Because that way, the batters will have to generate that extra bit of push to get that ball through the gaps and to get it all the way for 6. But what happens when the spinners offers you pace is that the batters will be able to nicely deflect the ball all the way towards the boundary using the pace of the delivery. But once there's no pace on offer, it becomes difficult for the batters to negotiate this bowling. So 13 overs done, 59 for 3. Misfield. Couple of runs there. Hamad Ibrahim cut away quite nicely that time, and a misfield coming into play. Punch down the ground once again. See, he's tossing it up, Hamad Ibrahim, but still we haven't really seen either of these two batters getting under the ball and hitting it down the ground. A quick single that time. Going at this pace, Ashton Lions actually wouldn't mind this because this is working in favour of them. They wouldn't mind picking up another wicket or two, but this, whatever this Southern Panthers are doing at the moment, getting 3-4 runs per over, it's not really troubling Ashton Lions. They wouldn't mind this. Fourteen overs done, 64 for 3. Here's Razeen Ramlan. Punched on the ground this time. And it goes all the way for a boundary. Gaganav Udesiri finally gets a connection he was looking for some time now. Slightly pitched up delivery, a full length, Razeen Ramlan. There we go, punched on the ground quite nicely. Good bit of fielding down in the deep that time. Gets a single though. That's a good looking shot once again, lofted on the offside, and it goes for a boundary. That's a 4 once again. Udarapir is this time. That's the second boundary in this over. Once again, made his own width outside the off stump and just lofted it on the offside. Here we go. Runs from this over. This is a good one for the Southern Panthers. A single to finish things off. 10 or rather 11 runs coming off from that over. 15 overs done, 75 for 3. Udara Peterson, Gagana Udesiri out there at the centre. Ishrat Tahir. Oh. A fumble in the field. Will allow the batters to get back for the second run that time. Ishrat Tahir, a new bowler, being brought in to bowl the 16th over for the Ashton Lions. A lot of spin options for Ashton Lions in this match against Southern Panthers. They've made a couple of changes as well. Thirty-run partnership between Udar Piris and Gagan Uday City. In rather quick time, 35 deliveries. Got a couple of boundaries. Last ball of this over, 4 runs from it. Cut away quite nicely, will be just a single. So 5 runs from the 15th over, or rather the 16th over, 80 runs on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. Hamad Ibrahim. Bowled well so far. Got 1 wicket for just 8 runs in 4 overs. Very economical. Punched on the ground, on the bounce to long on fielder. Once again tossing it up this time. Hamad Ibrahim. Driven this time straight into the hands of the deep car fielder. Just a single. Hamad Ibrahim just keeping things simple. Maybe just bowling it touch too full to my liking. But other than that, in good pace. There we go. The faster delivery coming in from Hamad Ibrahim. There we go. And a misfield. Oh, that's a good looking shot there from Udara Piris. A late cut, using the pace of the delivery towards that third man region. The third man fielder was a lot more scorer than where he's supposed to be. And Hamad Ibrahim with the pace on offer. Udara Piris just a slight deflection off the bat. 17 done, 88 for 3. That's high up in the no chance on the bounce. Ishrat Tahir. Once again, as I mentioned earlier, the spinners doing the right thing by not offering any pace on the surface. There might not be anything on offer for the spinners as of now. We didn't really see the ball moving or rather turning off the surface as much as it did in the previous weekends. But maybe in the second match later on in the day, the ball might spin. But as of now, the thick covering of grass is nicely holding the pitch. There are certain areas where there are cracks on the surface, but the thick covering of grass is keeping things intertwined, keeping things interconnected. But when the day goes on with the footmark of the batters and the bowlers, these gaps might widen up, and that's been given as a wide. Oh, it's been given as a dead ball. I think the bails just dropped off. Off the edge. Last ball of this over. And that's been slashed away. That's been carved away for a boundary by Udara Piris. And he moves into 30s. Once again made his own width outside the off stump. Ishrat Tahir bowling it wide outside the off stump. And the batter just carved it this time. Knew exactly where that backward point fielder was positioned inside the 30-yard circle. Means that he only got to make that ball push. Nipuna Pereira, another bowling change. A lot of spinners in the Ashton Lions lineup. This time a leg spinner. Oh, it's gone. Udara Pereira this time has to depart. Not the best of the deliveries from Nipuna Pereira. It was short and wide. And Udara Pereira had the chance of playing it anywhere around the ground. But this time he plays it right at the hands of the fielder at the deep, or rather the short extra cover. There we go. Gone is it. Straight into the hands of Hamad, if I'm not mistaken there. And just like that, the fourth wicket goes down. Udara Pereira is gone. And now Southern Panthers 96 for 4. Gagano Desir is still out there at the centre, 15 of 26. That partnership is going on well. This is Hirusha Balapitia. A faster delivery. And it's gone all the way for a boundary. So whenever the pace is offered by the spinners, the two batters, especially Gagano Desiri and even Udara Pereira, when he was out there at the centre, they looked good in terms of maneuvering that ball away from the fielders and to get that boundary. So whenever the pace is on offer, the batting looks easy. But that's not the case when the spinner's just tossing it up and getting a good loop. I think that's how they should bowl going forward in this match. That's up in there. And it's just fallen right away from that fielder at short point region. And it's gone all the way for a boundary. So back-to-back boundaries this time on the offside. Being slashed away from Gagan Udesiri, and he moves into 23 of just 28. The fielder, for a moment, I thought he was in the game and was able to take that catch, but not to be. He misjudged it completely, and it runs down towards the boundary. Last ball of this over. 10 runs from it so far. That's another boundary. That's 3 boundaries in the over. 2 off the Swiss field, and this time as well. 19 done. 106 for 4. There we go. Cut away quite nicely, but there was a fielder down in the deep. But it just went past him. Ishrat Tahir to bowl the 20th over. And there we go. That's a good looking shot. This time once again Gagan Udesiri using the pace of the delivery. Just slightly deflecting that ball away from that third man fielder, short third man fielder. And he gets a boundary. These are valuable runs. And now the boundaries are coming off nicely for Southern Panthers. 3 boundaries in the previous over, and now already a boundary conceded in this over as well. Twenty overs done, 117 for 4. Worked away towards the onside this time. Once again punched on the ground this time. No harm done. Turning out to be a good over. Nipun Pereira is bowling his second over and given away 17 runs. In his previous over, 3 boundaries were scored. But so far in this over, things have been very economical. The ball didn't really bounce that much. "21 overs done, 121 for 4. Gagana Uday City still out there at the centre with 34 off 35. Starts off with a wide shot, Tahir. This is the 21st over. 121 for 4. 122 in fact for 4. Shot Tahir. A bit expensive. 21 of 3.1 overs. Oh, is it gone? Is it? Yes, it is. That's a good direct throw there from the fielder. There we go. Just a slight push towards the offside. Good one-hand take and a superb throw from the fielder. And just like that, the 5th wicket goes down. And it's a big man. It's Gagana City. It's a big fish. He's gone for 35 off 36, and now Southern Panthers in all sorts of trouble. 123 for 5 in 21.2 overs. Punched down towards the offside that time. The new batter walks out to the middle. Charitheva Vitarana. That's a good looking shot. And that's gone all the way for a boundary. A good effort, a good valiant effort there from the fielder. But couldn't stop the boundary that time. Hirusha had to dig it off of his block hole there. Ishrat Tahir bowling it into the block hole. But that's a good shot there from Hirusha. Right into the gap, and it goes all the way for a boundary. Much needed boundaries for Southern Panthers. And he's gone easy. Oh yes, straight into the hands of that point fielder. And Hirusha has to depart once again. Ishrat Tahir picking up a wicket here. Short and wide outside the off stump. There we go. Just couldn't get it away from that point fielder inside the 30-yard circle. So he's gone. And now it's 128 for 6. That's the end of the over. 22 overs done. 129 for 6. Right, so 22 overs done. Kavishka Vijay Vardhana comes in to bowl with the pink ball. So this is the power over where only 2 fielders are permitted outside the 30-yard circle. And Southern Panthers, the batting side, can take the power over once the 20 overs are completed. Punch down the ground from Dilip Niroshan with just a single, and they're coming back for the second run. Got to hurry. Not the best of the throws there from the fielder. So 2 runs to start off the 23rd. And gone. There we go. That's the 7th wicket. And the 2nd wicket for Kavishka Vijay Sirivardhana as well. And Dilip Niroshan this time. Wickets falling apart one after another for Southern Panthers. Off the edge, Dilip Niroshana trying to whack that ball down towards the square leg to mid-wicket region. But he's well and truly early to his shot that time. And the 7th wicket goes down. 131 for 7. Oh, that's a good looking shot there. This time he gets the connection. Has it gone all the way for a 6? Ah, yes, it has gone all the way for a 6. There we go. Much needed boundaries for the Southern Panthers this time. Kavinder Lakmal. Kavinder Lakmal, the first ball got hammered down towards the 6. I wonder what exactly is the delay here. And once again, the same result. It's gone all the way for a boundary. So a 6 and a 4. So 10 runs coming off the last 2 deliveries. This time once again Kavishka just bagging in short. And Kavinder Lakmal, the second delivery he faced. First one goes for a 6 and the second one goes for a boundary or for a 4. $141 for 7. Kavinder Lakmal. 4 and a 6. The first 2 deliveries he faced. Now that ball dipped that time. Oh, this is confusion. It's Kavinder Lakmal who has to depart. It's straight into the hands of the fielder, and Kavinder Lakmal very keen on getting to the non-striker's end, was trying to get that single, but now has to depart. There we go. Punch down the ground. There, straight into the hands of the fielder. There was no single there, but Kavinder Lakmal has come to the point where there's no return. So 23 overs done. 141 for 8 now. That's up in there once again, and it's gone. Just like that, the 9th wicket goes down. And this is the second over of that power over. So 2 overs. The batting side can take 2 overs as per the power overs. And this time short and wide once again. The batter didn't really move towards the ball. Hence the ball hitting that bottom part of the bat, and it goes high up in there. And just like that, the 9th wicket goes down, and Southern Panthers are now 141 for 9. Lavanjana Herath is the new man in. Coming in at number 11. The last man in is Lithika. Lithika Tamsit. Gone. There we go. That's the game. That's a wrap of the first innings for the Southern Panthers, and they've been all out for 141, and the last few wickets falling one after another. And Lavanjana Herath, the latest to get dismissed. Once again, Lithika just banging it full outside the off stump. And couldn't get the elevation he was looking for that time, Lavanjana Herath. So 142 all out in 23.3 overs. And that gives a target of 143 for the Ashton Lions in their 25 overs to get. But it's been a good overall bowling performance from Ashton Lions to restrict Southern Panthers for just 142 runs. I think for the majority part of these 23.3 overs, the Ashton Lions were in control. There was this phase in the middle where Southern Panthers got control of the game with a good partnership between Udara Piris and Gagana Veerasuri, if I'm not mistaken. But other than that, there were no partnerships that really took Southern Panthers to a formidable total at the end of their 25 overs. But it take was 23.3 overs as they've been wrapped up for just 143, beg your pardon, in their 23.3 overs. So this is the highlights. They started off well, Tivanka Pereira and Akram. A partnership of around 20 to 30 runs for the first wicket, but from there onwards, the wickets started to tumble one after another. This was the wicket of Akram. That was a good take from Muhammad. And from there onwards, the arrival of Taraka Madhuanta, who played some really good shots all across the ground, the highest run scorer in the tournament. He played some good shots, and it looked like he was batting on an entirely different pitch because he was playing some good shots all around the park. Gagana Veerasuri and Udara Piris also contributed nicely towards the score of Southern Panthers, but none of the batters were able to continue their good work out there at the centre. It was Taraka Madhuanta, Gagana Veerasuri and Udara Piris who contributed with 20-odd runs each or 30-odd runs each, but none of them were able to continue to get Southern Panthers to a score of at least above 150 at the end of their 23.3 overs. But all credits goes to how Ashton Lyons went with their bowling. The spinners, especially in those middle overs, it was all about a spin attack of Ashton Lyons as they bowled well. Didn't really allow any pace, was canny enough to bowl on in a loop and on the up and tossing it up as well quite nicely. So it's been a wonderful game of cricket, a wonderful display of bowling, and even the fielding has been quite good from Ashton Lyons as well. A good upgrade from the previous match as they held on to their catches, and even the ground fielding was up to the standards as well. These were some of the soft dismissals that we saw, especially at the latter part of the innings. Wickets started to tumble one after another. Kavish Veerasinghe, Vijay Sirivardhana, beg your pardon, picked up wickets as well, and really made sure that in those last couple of overs, not much runs were leaked away. So this was the 9th wicket, and soon after that the 10th wicket followed in, and the Southern Panthers all out for 143 runs, giving a total of, or rather a target of 143 runs to get in 25 overs for Ashton Lyons. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back with the run chase. Right, so welcome back to the Thurston College grounds as we bring you the live action of the Lancashire Premier League 2025. It's the Ashton Lions taking on Southern Panthers. And Southern Panthers have put up a total of 143 runs for Ashton Lions to chase down. You can see the purple cap and the orange cap with Southern Panthers. Orange cap for the highest run getter and the purple cap for the highest wicket taker. So both belongs to Southern Panthers. Taraka Madhwanta with the orange cap scored brilliantly today. He looked good out there at the centre. Certainly deserving that orange cap the way he batted today. But couldn't really take Southern Panthers off to a good score at the end of their 25 overs as they were wrapped up for just 143 in 23.3 overs. But now they've got a job to do with the ball in hand, especially with that purple cap holder. We'll have to put the pressure right from the start on these two openers from the Ashton Lions. And for the Ashton Lions, the plan should be simple: just bat through, maintain a consistent run rate of at least about 4 to 5 runs per over. Will get them to that total quite easily at the end of the day. So that is something that these two batters should keep in mind. Just bat slowly, but make sure that they survive out there as much as they can and to chase this target down with ease. Right, so it's all set. The two openers are set. The bowlers are set as well. Dilshan all set to start off the proceedings with the new ball. Here we go. The ball number 1 of the run chase. Ashton Lions, 143 runs to win. First runs on the board, worked away towards the onside. Run chase, 143 runs to get for the Ashton Lions to win their second game in this tournament. Flicked away for a boundary. That's not a good bowling there from not a good ball there from the bowler. Onto the pads and flicked away all the way for a boundary. This is down the leg side that time. See, going at 4 to 5 runs per over, especially in the power play, at least in the first 10 to 12 overs, will set a good platform or a base for the Ashton Lions to chase this target down. What they should not do is to lose wickets in regular intervals, just like what the Southern Panthers did when they were batting. But so far, it's been very good from these two batters. The first over, they've batted with much patience, and I think the intentions are quite clear as they would try to continue this good work through to the next few overs as well. Has been called a no ball. That's a beamer way above the waistline of the batter. And it's going to be a free hit. Here we go, a chance for the batter to break the shackles. No, that didn't really bounce that much. The batter was expecting the ball to bounce. He was playing that cross-batted shot, but it wasn't really bounce there. Not much bounce on offer. The surface tends to slow down a bit. That's the end of the first over. 7 runs on the board for Ashton Lions. Udar Piris to continue from the other end. So spin straight away from the Southern Panthers, which is quite surprising because I wouldn't fancy trying out two fast bowlers from the two ends. But this time around, it's gone for a boundary. A friendly full toss there from Udara Piris. And there we go. Work down the ground all the way for a boundary. Both mid-on and mid-off up inside the 30-yard circle. It's still the power play. So these are free hits. That's up in there. Will be just a single though. This is a good positive start. That's what they need to work on at the moment. Just try to stay positive. It's not a pitch where the team batting first would end up scoring just 143 in 20 odd overs. It's a pitch where the team batting first should make at least 180 to at least 200, because that's how good this pitch is for batting. This is Aston Lions as the end of over number 2. We'll talk about this in the next over. 13 runs on the board. There's not much spin on offer on the surface still. So you look into how the batters were dismissed in the previous innings. There's a clear indication that the batters literally gifted those wickets to the opposition, because most of them were catchers, was trying to clear the boundary, trying to clear that 30-yard circle, but couldn't find that elevation, couldn't find the nice placement. So that's once again off the edge. And it runs down towards a boundary. There we go. More runs for the Aston Lions. And this time, Eminem Zishan is swinging at the delivery. A thick outside edge, and it runs down towards a boundary. So the Southern Panthers will be pretty disappointed with their batting efforts, because on a good surface like that, or like this, the opposition bowling the spin for the most part of the middle overs, you would expect Southern Panthers to get to a score of at least about 150, 160, 170. But some soft dismissals from the middle order batters only meant that they end up scoring 143 runs in just 23.3 overs. driven this time with just a single. Razin Ramlan on the other end looks very solid in terms of how he is placing the ball, the technicality of his shots, everything up to the perfection. Whereas Eminem Zishan, more of a slogger. So just the right combination up front for Ashton Lions, which actually worked for them in the previous few games as well. And they have a good preparation heading into this tournament. I had a chat, as I mentioned earlier, with one of the Ashton Lions players, and they did mention that they played around 6 to 7 practice games leading up to this tournament, and they won everything. And now they've played 2 matches, won 1 and lost 1. So very contrasting results compared to last year, where Ashton Lions were placed at the bottom of the table, lost everything. But now, with already a win under their belt, and they being in a commanding position in this match as well, I'm sure that the fortunes have been quite good for the Ashton Lions. 3 overs done, 19 without a loss. That's a good looking shot there from Razin Ramlan this time. Has it gone all the way for a 6 or is it a 4? There we go, lofted once again on the offside. And I think it's gone up for a boundary, for a 4. Yeah, there we go, confirmation from the umpire as well. It's too close to his body to be cut away. Razin Ramlan looks good out there at the center. Just playing through the line of the delivery. He's not doing anything fancy. He's just lofting the ball through the line and respecting the good deliveries. It's a power play, so only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So at the moment, we have the long on and long off in position. So anything square of the wicket, it's just a matter of getting it over the head of the field inside the 30-yard circle. And shots like that will definitely make the run scoring much more easier because you get a lot of options. And the finger goes up just like that. So the first wicket belongs to the Arapiris. And Eminem Zishan has to depart. As we're very unfortunate that time. Let's have a look at that again. What exactly happened there? 7 runs were already scored in that over. And Udarapir is just getting him trapped right in front. And he knew straight away that he got his man. 4 overs done. 26 runs on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. Right, so the first wicket down for the Ashen Lions. 26 for 1 in the 4th over. Mohammad Yazir is the new man in. 32 matches for him, and Dilip Niroshan with the ball in hand. 23 wickets in 27 matches. Just too full to be for an appeal that time, and sliding down the leg side as well. Mohammad Yazir, the new man in. That's a full toss, and that's gone. Oh, that's a good bit of fielding. Nicely done. Stopped a certain boundary there. Is it Kasun? We'll wait for the confirmation, but that's a good shot from Razin Ramlan as well. Was careful enough to play it away, but look at that effort. Oh, gone. That's true. The baton pad of Mohammad Yasir. Oh, what a delivery that was. Just came in sharply. And Mohammad Yasir is the latest to depart. So 2 wickets in regular intervals now. And Dilip, let's have a look at that again. There we go, just a slight in-swinger. And the ball goes past the bat and pad. So Ashton Lions losing their second wicket, 29 for 2 now, with one more delivery to go in this over. Lithika Damsit is a new batter in. Was good with the ball in hand, but now got a different responsibility with the bat in hand. That's the end of the over. 5 done, 29 for 2. Lithika Damsit here to get off the mark. Eminem Akram with the ball in hand to bowl his first over. So spinners, as expected, coming into play very early into his run chase. And gone. It's a big wicket. It's Razim Ramlan who tried to whack that ball through that mid-wicket region, and Eminem Akram held on to his 9 and length outside the off stump, and this time he gets the wicket as the ball just brushed onto that off stump, and just like that the third wicket goes down. Let's have a look at that again. Eminem Akram with the breakthrough. Well, he didn't really brush, did it? He just full on hit the stumps, the off stump, and just like that the third wicket goes down. Ashton Lions now 31 for 3. Last ball of this over. Just 3 runs coming off from this over. And a dot delivery. Just 3 runs coming off from that over. That's a good one from Eminem Akram. And a wicket coming off of that over as well. 32 for 3 at the end of over number 6. Right, so Dilip to continue. 1 wicket for just 9 runs in 2 overs. Ashton Lions in deep sort of trouble. 32 for 3. It all comes down to the wrong shot selection, isn't it? Even if you look into the Southern Panthers innings, the pitch, as I mentioned earlier, there's no demons whatsoever on the surface for the batters. That's a good looking shot down the ground. Didn't really reach the boundary. Good save from the 2 fielders. Long on and long off. Collectively making sure that the ball doesn't go past the boundary line. That was too close to his body to be cut away, but nevertheless, Nipura Pereira gets a contact. And so far, this over from Dilip has been really good. Just 2 runs with 1 more delivery to go. And this is good pressure early on from the Southern Panthers. They don't have much runs on the board to defend, but with this kind of bowling, it's not going to be easy for Ashton Lions. 7 overs done. 34 for 3. Eminem Akram to continue. Once again, too close to his body. Nipun Pereira try to work that ball towards the point region. Cut away, but straight into the hands of the fielder. Eight overs done, 35 for 3. Alright, so Gagana has been brought in to bowl the 9th over of this match. Gentle medium pace. Let's see whether he can get a breakthrough here. It's a good looking shot. This time it's Litika Damsit who gets a good connection. And it goes all the way for a boundary. There we go. Cut away quite nicely this time through the gap between that covers and that point fielder. Last ball of this over coming up. On to the pads once again. A quick single, and that's the end of the over as well. 9 overs done. It's 41 for the loss of 3 wickets. Litika Damsit and Nipura Pereira so far, they've taken their time out there at the centre, yes, understandably, but what they should do at this stage of the game is to make sure that the runs are coming in steadily and at the same time to not to lose any more wickets. 46 for 3 in 9.2 overs, not the most ideal start, but from here onwards they need exactly around 100 runs to get. Now that's a good looking shot once again, but straight into the hands of the fielder. Once again, playing it on the back foot, playing it safe. 10 overs done, 48 for 3. 48 for 3 in 10 overs. Current run rate 4.8 runs per over. This is Hirusha Balapitiya being brought in, and the required run rate at this stage is still manageable. It's still at a controllable level, 6.33. It's not something that Ashton Lions would want to worry over. What they need to do is score at a steady 4 to 5 runs per over, but at the same time need to make sure that they're not losing any wickets, because losing wickets at this stage of the game, when things are slowly but steadily getting back online, Ashton Lions would, that's the last thing they want at this stage of the game, to lose a wicket. The 48 for 3, 95 more runs required, 15 overs to go. The required run rate just above 6 runs per over, which is manageable, which is gettable, but as long as you have wickets in hand. Punched on the ground once again, will be just a single. Eleven overs done, 54 runs on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. 54 for 3 in 11.1 overs. Dilshan Pereira. Both these batters, they've shown some good resistance against these bowlers of Southern Panthers. The runs may have not come as easily as they would have liked them to, but still, it's about the survival out there out there at the centre that matters at this stage of the game for the Ashton Lions. That's up in there. That's a good looking shot. One bounce and into the boundary line it goes. Lithika Damsit finally gets a good connection. A short pitch delivery from Dilshan Pereira. And there we go. Was careful enough to play it away from that square leg fielder. Right in that gap between the square leg and that long on fielder. This time carved through the offside will be just a single. But now you can see the body language of the batters. We'll talk about this in the next over. 60 runs on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. Mohammad Fahad with the ball in hand. 31 wickets in 29 matches. Punched on the ground, straight into the hands of the bowler. Nipun Pereira. See, not the best of the delivery once again. And no fine leg fielder once again. That's something that Southern Panthers have followed right from the start of this innings. It's a partnership 33 or 42, starting to threaten Ashton Lions a bit now. And once again, not sure whether it went for a boundary, but Nipun Pereira has timed it up to the perfection and has placed it nicely away from that backward point fielder. I don't think it went for a boundary. We didn't really get the confirmation from the umpire, but the placement was excellent. The timing was excellent, and it almost went towards the boundary. Here's Dilshan Pereira back. That's up in there. And that's through the gap, and it goes all the way for a boundary. Litika Damsit, a boundary in the previous over, and now boundary in this over as well. He moves into 20. There we go. Through the covers he goes, all the way for a boundary, lofted to the perfection. Now the required run rate has come down to just 6 runs, which means things are very much under control. 74 for 3. Litika Damsit and Nipun Pereira doing exactly what the doctor ordered. Now that's up in there once again, and didn't really go anywhere that time. Just one bounce and into the fielders down in the deep. Lithika Damsit, 23 of 25. Nebun Pereira, 24 of 29. This is good. Now, things have not progressed well for the Southern Panthers. Since that last wicket, these two batters have solidified themselves out at the centre. Lithika Damsit on 23 of 26 and Nipun Pereira on 24 are slowly but steadily building these innings together. And this is a wonderful partnership between these two batters, and something that that is certainly is threatening the Southern Panthers at this stage of the game, because what they need now, is that the wicket? Yes, it is. There we go. That's the wicket that they've been looking for. And Udara Piris in comes for his second spell, and he grabs the wicket. The purple cap holder once again standing tall for his team. And it's a big wicket. It's Lithika Damsit who has to depart on the offside. A flatter delivery from the bowler. There we go. Just to get outside edge, and Udara Piris straight away knew that he got his man. Now it's 77 for the loss of 4 wickets. And the Ashton Lions 66 runs away from victory. Ashton Lions losing another wicket here. 77 for 4, just when the things were looking good. Just when the things were looking good for the Ashton Lions, they lost another wicket here. And looks like the batter is having a cramp as well. Udara Piris, the man with the golden arm for Southern Panthers, the purple cap holder, grabs another wicket when it matters the most. Right, so looks like Akram Nizar is all set to proceed. And Udara Piris, can he finish it off as a wicket maiden here? Yeah, straight into the hands of the fielder. That's an excellent over from Udara Piris, a wicket, and it's a maiden. So 15 overs done, 77 for 4. And Nebun Pereira is still out there at the centre. 24 of 29 for him. And Akram Nizar yet to get off the mark. Eminem Makram to continue. Bowled well so far. 3 overs, 11 runs given away for 1 wicket. Oh, that was very close. Nipun Pereira got to play it safe. Got to make sure that he's playing it with the full face of the bat, because that was too close to his body to be cut away. The offside, down the ground for single. Udara Piris, the highest run, or rather the wicket taker in this tournament, with 6 wickets in 3 matches, with an economy of just below 6 runs per over. And Malik Bimsar comes in second for Western Tigers, picking up 5 wickets, and Ahmed Razlan for Ashton Lions picking up 4. So that's how it stands at the moment, the highest wicket takers in the tournament. So highest wicket taker and the highest run getter both belongs to the Southern Panthers, as Taraka Madhuanta tops the run scoring table with 122 runs in 3 innings, and Abdul Rahman of Croston Kings coming in at number 2 with 114 runs as well. For Southern Panthers, Udara Peiris with 6 wickets and Dilip Niroshana coming at number 2 with 4 wickets to his name. And that is nicely played, neatly done onto the onside, swept away, will be coming back for the second run. Good run in between the wickets, not the best of the throws, but 3 runs coming off from that over. 16 done, 8 for 4. Udara Peiris to continue. Oh, gone is it? Yes, he is. Udara Peiris once again. That's his 3rd wicket in the match. And he has completely deceived Nipun Pereira. And just like that, the 5th wicket goes down. Let's have a look at that again. On the offside, outside the off stump that time. And Akram Nizar just losing his balance, enticed to get to his front foot. And he's just too committed at the end, and he falls apart. He loses his balance. And Ashton Lions now half the side back in the pavilion. 81 for 5. Six down. Udara Peiris is making the change here. He's making the difference. An absolutely stunning display of spin bowling from Udara Peiris. It's the line and length that completely made the batter deceived out there in the middle. There we go. Once again enticing the batter to come to his front foot, and the batter losing his balance, and the ball just going past the space between bat and pad. And Udara Peiris, you look at his figures, 3.3 overs, 4 wickets for 14 runs. And Ashton Lions now falling apart, 81 for 6. That's a good over there from Udara Pires. 4 wickets for 14 runs in his 4 overs. And now has just certainly single-handedly has taken Southern Panthers back into this game. But as long as Nipuna Pereira is out there at the centre, Southern Panthers cannot relax. They need to make sure that they're picking up wickets in regular intervals and not letting Nipun Pereira to form any sort of partnership with the batters at the other end as well. So that is something Southern Panthers will need to keep in mind. But other than that, it would feel pretty comfortable out there at the centre. 62 more runs required, and that responsibility is all on the hands of Nipun Pereira at the moment. This is good. This is Hirusha bowling at his best. Just darting it in, delivering the ball from the front of his hand. Not the leg spinner, but from the front of his hands so that the ball goes across the batter. Now that goes up high up in there. This is Nipun Pereira. Oh, he drops it. My goodness, that was a big wicket. If he had taken that catch, that would have been massive. Nipun Pereira trying to go after the bowling of Hirusha. There we go. Goes high up in there. Was never in a comfortable position to take that catch. Was that Tivanka? Not entirely sure. Four runs coming off from that over. 18 done, 85 for 6. Darapiris to continue. Nipun Pereira is still out there at the centre. It's his presence that will give some ease for Ashton Lyons in order to chase his target down. That's a boundary, and this time it belongs to Rajendran. Let's have a look at that again, off the outside edge, a thick outside edge, and it runs down towards the boundary. It's up in there once again. Rajendran this time just makes it move towards the onside. 19 overs done, 92 for 6. Once again off the edge. Hirusha. I like the bowling of Hirusha. Balapitiya, the way he's bowling the leg spinners. And he's mixing it up as well. With those deliveries that comes from the front of his hand, that goes across the batter without any turn. It goes with the arm. And that's a perfect combination for any leg spinner to have. Inside edge. Rajendran living dangerously out there at the centre. There we go. Once again, very close to his body to be cut away. "20 done, 95 for 6. Rajendran just continues to play with the Southern Panthers bowlers at the moment. Tivanka with a leg spin, swept away quite nicely. And the ball slowly but steadily runs away for a boundary. Tivanka. The first ball went for a boundary, and then that just went between the legs of the wicketkeeper. That ball just kept low and it took the wicketkeeper by surprise. Not the best of the delivery from Tivanka that time. Leg spinners, Tivanka and Kavisha Palapitiya. Has to be a wide as it is. "104 for 6. 20.4 overs after this over. 4 more overs to go. Oh, that's a wide. That's a big wide there from Tivanka. The required run rate well and above 8 runs per over. 36 more runs required now. Swings it and missed it completely. That's the end of the over. That's a pretty expensive one there from Tivanka. 21 overs done, 107 for 6. .36 runs in 4 overs. Exactly 9 runs per over required at this stage. And it's Hirusha Balapitiya. Now every ball from here onwards matter for the Southern Panthers and for the Ashton Lions as well. Nipun Pereira, 32 of 42. Can he finish things off properly here for Ashton Lions, or at least get them closer to this total? Punch down the ground. This might go all the way for a boundary. Yes, it does. First ball, Nipun Pereira, a small shuffle across his stumps towards his off stump. And he gets to the pitch of the delivery. Slightly fuller in length from Hirusha. Not the best of the deliveries. There we go. That's just a show of confidence. And this time through the offside he goes. It's just a single. And now Rajendran, who's striking the ball well, is on strike. 17 of 17. Eight runs from the first 3 deliveries. There's a good start to this over from Hirusha. Cut away once again, looking for the second run. Just a single. Good bit of work. Should have run the second run. Rajendran was rather lazy that time to not to go to his second run. Because Nipun Pereira was trying to get back for that second run. It has to be wide. There we go. A dot delivery to finish things off. I think we got one more delivery to go. 10 runs from this over so far. There we go. He misses it. 22 overs done. 10 runs coming off from that over. 117 for 6. 3 more overs to go. Gagana City. Couple of runs there. Good bit of feeding down the deep that time. Stopped a certain boundary. Once again, a wild swing there from Rajendran. He's playing a handy knock. 24 of 22. Now the run rate has come down to 8 runs. 8.5 runs per over. 22 more runs required. This is good from Gaganach. Giving no pace whatsoever. Bowling it slow. And into the block hole. Nothing much a batter could do for deliveries like that. Oh, that's gone, is it? Oh, Gagana finally gets a breakthrough. It's Nipun Pereira. 37 off 46 for him. And he finally gets a nick there. And it goes into the hand of the wicket-keeper. Gagana. There we go. Let's have a look at that again. Just a small shuffle across the stumps. And the finger goes up. So 122 for 7 now. 21 runs away from victory. Last ball of this over. That goes high up in there. There is a chance. Right on the bounce towards the fielder. Kavishka Vijayawardene is the new batter in. 123 for 7. 2 more overs to go. Right, here we go. 20 runs required of the last two. And as expected, Aston Lions take the power over here. The last 2 overs would be power overs. So which means only 2 fielders permitted outside the 30-yard circle. So let's see where the fielders are positioned now. So there is a deep mid-wicket fielder in position and a long on. So that's where the 2 fielders are. That goes high up in there and that's gone. The distance. My goodness, that's a good shot. That's good all the way for a 6. Kavishka Vijayasirivardhana making a really good contact there, and he knew straight away that it has gone all the way for a 6. Here we go. That's out of the park. There's protection down in the long on. And now that deep mid-wicket field has come inside the 30-yard circle. And now we have a long on and a long off. Remember, it's a power over, so only 2 fielders are permitted outside the 30-yard circle. 4 Southern Panthers for the next 2 overs. That's a big loss for them. Rajendran on 26. Oh, the missed opportunity. There we go. So it's just a matter of getting it past the fielders inside the 30-yard circle, because the outfield is super flashy. It'll run down towards the boundary as long as you hit it across the 30-yard circle. Rajendran on 26. Here's Dileepa to bowl the last ball. Gone is it? Yes, here we go, a wicket. And Dileepa gets a breakthrough in the final delivery of the over. And now 11 runs required of the last delivery, or rather the last over. Let's have a look at that again. Not the best of the deliveries from Dileep. It was wide outside the off stump. There we go. And he hit it straight into the hands of that covers fielder. So 8 down for 132, 7 runs required of the last over. Or rather 11 runs required of the last over. Mohammad Nafiz. He's a new man in. Gaganudesiri to bowl the last over. He picked up a wicket. Gentle medium pace. He has the accuracy that requires for a bowler who bowls the last over, but we'll see whether he can defend 11 runs. Kavishka Vijayasirivardhana has already struck a 6. So he has that ability as well. So we'll see. Dot delivery. There we go. Kavishka Vijay coming down the track, trying to replicate the same shot which he played for a 6 in the previous over. Well, that's a good looking shot there. It's a couple of runs. Cheeky shot there from Kavishka Vijay. Just paddling it down that time for a couple of runs. Right. So 4 more deliveries remaining. 9 runs to win. It's anyone's game from here onwards. Here's Gagana. That goes high up in there. Has that gone all the way for a 6? Yes, it has gone all the way for a 6. What a shot under pressure from Kavishka Vijay Sirivardhana. And now all of a sudden just 3 runs required off the last 3 deliveries. That's not a good delivery under pressure there from Gagana. He was right in the slot, and Kavishka Vijay Sardhan, anything on the slot, he is gonna go after the bowling. And with 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, the risk is very, very minimum. Right, so 3 runs required of the last 3 deliveries. 140 for the loss of 8 wickets. Kavishka Vijay Sirivardhana is on the verge of getting his team over the line. That goes high up in there, and that's gone the distance. Yes, it is. There we go. 2 back-to-back 6s to seal the game for Ashton Lions. What a run chase. And they won their second game, and Kavishka Vijay Sirivardhana has made it look so easy. And Ashton Lions, they record their second win in the tournament and will consolidate themselves at the top of the table. But look at this shot from Kavishka Vijay Sirivardhana. Came down the track few steps. He trusted the bounce of Gagana. So the surface is still good. So the batter can trust the bounce on this surface. And that is exactly what Kavishka Vijay Sirivardhana did that time. Some good shots all around the park. And the game is sealed. Handshakes all round as Ashton Lions, chasing the target down, has done a good job here in terms of chasing the target with ease. It all came down to the wire. But now this is the highlights. It started off the run chase quite good. The 2 openers really made sure that a good platform was being set for the rest of the batters to come in and to play their natural game. But wickets did start to fall soon after. This was some good examples of some wonderful fielding efforts. So fielding has been really good, even from the bowlers, or rather the Southern Panthers. They did a good job in terms of taking the catches, and some good shots were played all across the ground. And these are some of the highlights of some good shots that was played all around the park. Few lucky chances were given away, and the middle order really made sure that the runs were being scored while maintaining a good run rate. So that is, I think, is the key to this run chase from Ashton Lions. This was the first wicket. Then came the spinners. The middle overs were completely dominated by the spinners. This was another wicket where Kasun really made sure that he got the wicket he was looking for. And in those middle overs, as I mentioned earlier, the middle over really chipped in with good knocks where Ashton Lions were brought back into the game. Despite losing wickets, the runs came in at a steady rate of around 4 to 5 runs per over, and that really made them go out there at the centre. It really made them going, because even though wickets started to fall one after another, the run rate was steady. It was there at around 4 to 5 runs per over, and that really boosted the confidence of the Ashton Lions, especially the middle order and the low middle order really chipped in when it mattered the most, and the bowlers also did their part in restricting the Southern Panthers for 143 runs, which really made it easy for the batters to settle in and to pick up those runs wherever it mattered. And the boundaries came in at right times at the right places, and that really is the secret recipe for Ashton Lions' victory in this game here at the Lancashire Premier League 2025. It was a wonderful game of cricket, as Ashton Lions won the toss earlier today and decided to bat first. And Ashton Lions, they made, decided to field first, putting Southern Panthers into bat, and they made 143. Some good bowling performance from Ashton Lions. And they've done their part now, Ashton Lions. They won their first game, they lost their second game, and now they've come back strongly to win this game as well. And that'll put them at the top of the points table as well. This is Udara. He made havoc in the middle overs, the highest wicket taker in the tournament. But it was just not enough, as they didn't really have much runs on the board to defend. Had they scored another 20 to 30 extra runs, this would have been a much closer game. But at the end of the day, not having enough runs on the board really cost the game for the Southern Panthers. But they'll be looking forward to the upcoming matches and to make some good comeback, because they certainly have that firepower. They certainly have that ability to come back stronger, because they have the both purple cap and the orange cap holders in their sleeves, in their team. So it'll be a matter of time where they come back and to make sure that they end up winning the matches again. This was the last over. Kavishka Vijay Sirivardhana was the man who started everything off. This was the one before the last over for sure from Gagana, and he looked good out there at the centre. Kavishka Vijay Sirivardhana, that was played some really good shots all around the park. Really made sure that the team is getting over the line with ease. It was a wicket in the penultimate over. Tivanka taking a really good catch. But then Vijay Sirivardhana just finishing things off properly with 2 back-to-back sixes. And to seal the game against the bowling of Gagana. There we go. That last 6. The moment it flew out of his bat, he knew it's gone all the way for a 6, and he knew that he has sealed the game. Right, so that's the end of the first match of this Lancashire Premier League 2025. An upcoming game is Beeston Warriors versus Croston Kings right here at Thurston College Ground. So we'll bring you the live action of that match as well. So stay tuned with us on Lancashire Premier League 2025. Right, so this is what we're bringing in live at the moment right now, starting at 1:45. It's the Beeston Warriors taking on Croston Kings. The Beeston Warriors, they won the toss and now are elected to field first. Right, here we go. Ball number one. Beeston Warriors taking on Croston Kings. Driven this time straight into the hands of the fielder. That goes high up in there. 1 bounce and into the boundary line. Only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Two runs coming off from the first over. Beeston Warriors, 2 without runs. Pradeep Roshan. To start off the second over. Right, here we go. Anushka on strike. It's not been given as wide that time. Very close to the tram lines. Off the edge, it goes past the wicket keeper and the slip fielder right in between. But once again, just like as I mentioned in the previous game, there's a big gap between the first slip and the wicket keeper, which is a big. Look at that gap. Look at that gap between the wicket keeper and the first slip. He's always standing. The first slip fielder is standing where the second slip is supposed to be. That's how wide that gap is, and it's no surprise that the ball goes past the wicketkeeper and the first slip fielder with a gap like that. Carved away this time, but straight into the hands of the fielder. Again, couldn't pierce the gap that time as well, Anushka. Once again, straight towards the backward point fielder. Two overs done, 7 runs without loss. Mohammad Riyad to continue his first over, just went for 2 runs. That's high up in there, and that's through. That's going all the way for a boundary. Another best of the deliveries there from Mohammad Riyad. It was wide outside the off stump. Anushka is latching on to that delivery very wide outside the off stump and slashed away for a boundary. And once again, this time, has it gone all the way for a 6? Yes, I think so. It certainly is a really good shot. Once again, that was just touch too straight and full. And Anushka Gurusinghe just latched onto it. And through the mid-wicket region, it goes for a 6. That's been given a wide. So 12 runs from this over of Mohammad Riyad. Oh, tough chance. But a chance you would fancy taking at this stage of the game. Early wickets are very crucial. This time he's gone, for sure. That was just touch too full to be swept away. So Himantha Dinusha, he's gone for 1. And the first wicket goes down as Beaston Warriors losing their opener. That's poor judgment there from Himantha. That was too close, too full to be swept away. SP Sadhushan, the captain of Croston Kings, deciding to field first after winning the toss, putting Beaston Warriors into bat. I'll be pretty happy with this outcome, already picking up 1 wicket. Pradeep Roshan into his second over. Off the bottom of the bat once again. Tikshana. Oh, just over the head of the field. Might just run away for a boundary. Yes, it does. It's been that kind of a day for Croston Kings. Boundary of the second delivery. Not where he wanted it to go, Anushka, but he wouldn't mind it at this stage of the game. As long as the boundaries are coming. That's the second wicket down as Anushka, the captain. Beeston Warriors losing their second wicket as Fazil Marija. "36 for 2 now. Fazil Marija coming in and chipping in with a wicket. That's the kind of start Croston Kings wanted. Soft dismissals, both very soft dismissals. Beeston Warriors now 36 for 2. Tikshana losing his captain, Anushka. Yes, down the leg side. Sinath Malwattage is a new man in for Beeston Warriors. One of the highest run scorers in the tournament, and for Beeston Warriors as well. Oh, where did that go? Tikshana was trying to paddle that ball down towards the squalic region but missed it by quite the margin. But I'm sure it went through the legs of the wicketkeeper as well. So 6 overs done, 39 for 2. Richards, Chesley with the ball in hand to boot his 7th over. Sirath Malwattage has been one of the consistent performers with the bat in hand for Beast and Warriors all throughout this tournament. You have been the one who's guiding his team, though they have not performed up to the to the expectations. But this time it's a good-looking shot. Just a single. Beast and Warriors lost both their previous matches, but they're desperate for a good comeback here. Last ball of this over. Ends up being a dot ball, just two runs from that over. 7 done, 41 for 2. Fazil Marija. His first over, picked up a wicket, went for 8 runs, and he's back with the ball in hand. Not getting the connections they're looking for. Either of these two batters, Tikshana Malvattage and Tikshana both. Majority of these runs came off the bat of Vanushka, who played some good shots all around the park. Oh, gone. That's gone. That didn't really bounce that much. And Tikshana was expecting that the ball to bounce, but didn't really bounce. So just like that, the third wicket goes down and Tikshana has to depart. Eastern Warriors now 45 for 3. $45 for 3. Fazil Maraja once again bringing in the breakthroughs at the right time. Very gentle medium pace. And he runs away for a boundary. First ball from Pasindu Samarasinghe. And it goes all the way for a boundary. That's the end of the over. Now this. carved away through the offside. This time it goes through the gap for a boundary. Richard Jessley slightly over pitched on the offside. Pastu Samarasinghe is in a good form. He scored a half century in the previous game. And he took his team the verge of a stunning victory, but couldn't really hold on to it. But he's in a good form. Once again through the covers. And is it a no ball? Yeah, it is a no ball. There we go. They're being punched down the ground. There's protection down in the deep. Both long on and long off in position. So a couple of runs there off of the free hit. Cut away this time onto the offside. Another single added to the total. Here's Fasil Marija back with the ball in hand. Has been given as wide. The batter came across his stumps towards his soft side. Well, once again, just a slight deflection off the surface. Fasil Marija is spinning it both ways. He's bowling those cutters, which makes it difficult for Pasindu to negotiate this bowling. He's 10 off 6. He's in a good form as well. Cut away straight into the hands of the fielder. And just like that, the fourth wicket goes down, and it's once again Fasil Marija who has contributed with the ball in hand. And it's the big man, it's Pasindu, who has to depart, and he falls right in front there. 61 for 4 now. Beeston Warriors falling apart. Fasil Marija has been superb so far. 3 wickets for 16 in just 2.3 overs, with his gentle, breezy medium pace deliveries with cutters that goes both ways. You cannot ask for anything better than that from Fasil Marija. Rositu Dias is the new man in. Oh, was that a chance? My goodness, that was very close to Fasil Marija. For a moment I thought he had a genuine chance. Just past his hands. Last ball of this over. Another wicket taking over for Fasil Marija. Ten overs done. 66 for 4. Now the conditions have slowed down a bit and it becomes increasingly difficult for the batters to work with the spin on these conditions here at the Thurston College grounds, and that has been the story over the past, I would say, couple of years, ever since these Thurston College grounds have been in operation. So when the day goes on, the spinners will come into play, and that has been the story across many grounds in Sri Lanka. So now it's the spinners who will have to take control of the game, and so far from what we've seen, even in the previous game, it was the spinners who took control of the game for the majority part of the game. And it's the same exact thing that we're seeing right now as well, with the Croston Kings taking control of the game with the spin options. So 67 for 4 in 11 overs. .67 for 4 after drinks break. The players and the support staff, or rather the match officials, are ready. And it's Fazil Marija once again with the ball in hand. 3 wickets for 21 in 3 overs. Fazil Marija, 21 runs, 3 wickets for him. And once again, that sharp inroad it makes once it lands on the pitch, that's what seems to be troubling the batters Even in that ticker delivery, we saw how the ball came in towards Ruzi Rudias. Not much pace on offer from Fuzzy Marija. It's just good sharp deliveries, and at the same time some deliveries tend to keep low, which makes the batter struggle, which becomes extremely difficult for the batter to predict the bounce and to come down the track. So he's stuck in his crease. Twelve overs done, 71 for 4. Cut away, but once again couldn't pierce the field. Sinath Malvattage would feel pretty disappointed with that effort, because that ball was there to be hit. Shamsul Munir very slow through there, wide outside the off stump as well. See, on a surface like this, where the things have gotten a bit slow, it's important for the spinners to understand at which pace they should bowl. So on a slow surface, the key thing is to bowl slow. You don't bowl fast on a slow pitch, so that it gives that extra bit of time for the ball to nicely grip off the surface and to nicely have some purchase off the surface and to turn and to bounce. So you give that opportunity for the ball by bowling it slow. But once you dart it in, there is no time for the ball to turn, and it becomes easy for the batter to work the ball around towards the gaps and take those ones and twos as time. Good running between the wickets and good placement as well from Ruzi Rudias, and that's the end of the over. 13 done, 74 for 4. Vinod Edison being brought in, so more spin options. Punch straight back at the bowler. Time back for the second run. Good run in between the wickets there. Couple of runs easily. Sinet Malwath again. Risi retires, doing the right thing here. 14 done, 78 for 4. Abdul Shakur being brought in to bowl the 15th over. The Eastern Warriors 78 for 4. Good ball. Nicely looped in outside the off stump. Good line and length. Maybe touch too full to my liking, but still just good enough from Shakur. You've got to bowl it giving some good air, and at the same time with a nice loop, just like Abdul Shakur. Maybe just touch too full. Both the deliveries, I feel like they were touch too full, but other than that, I like the loop. I like how he's giving air to the delivery. Sinet Malwath. See what happens when you bowl with a nice loop and giving it bit more air is that the batter would be enticed to come to his front foot, and that's where you create opportunities. 15 overs done, 80 for 4. We know there isn't. Once again, cut away, but there's protection on the offside. Nothing goes past that 30-yard circle. Most of the deliveries. Another single taken. So haven't seen too much boundaries so far, especially in the last 4 to 5 overs. It has always been singles and twos. The running between the wickets has been really good from both these batters. So they're taking their time, but at the same time just making sure that they're not losing wickets in regular intervals. They've already lost 4 wickets. So if these two batters can continue to bat like this till the 20th over maybe, and from there onwards they can accelerate a bit and to see where they would end up. Oh, that's a good shot. My goodness, that should be one of the best shots I've seen today. Sirat Malvattage, that's pure class there. 16 done. 86 for 4. Once again, that ball kept low. It's not bouncing as much, especially with his gentle medium pace in which he is bowling Abdul Shakur and many of the spinners. The ball tends not to bounce that much. So that is something Beeston Warriors should keep in mind, and at the same time Croston Kings as well should keep that in mind, that the ball might not bounce as much as they expect it to bounce. Seventeen done, 87 for 4. It's been called a no ball. That means it's a free hit. Adil Osman on his second delivery ends up being a no ball. There we go. Maximum use of the free hit has gone all the way for a 6. The partnership now 34 of 47. Was that a drop chance there? Residu tires, that was. I think that was indeed a missed chance. Or rather, Residu tires. Yeah, there we go, put down. Punched on the ground that time. It's a single. Now this over has become an expensive one. 15 runs coming off from this over. And we still got 2 more deliveries to go. I don't think that went all the way towards the boundary, but a couple of runs there. That's a big wide now. 18 runs from this over. We still got 1 more delivery to go. Gone. Abdul Shakur this time gets the best of Rosiru Dias. And after a very patient knock of 14 of 26, Rosiru Dias has to depart. Abdul Shakur, only his 3rd over. That ball didn't bounce at all. There we go. That is what I mentioned. The ball is not bouncing off the surface, especially with the pace in which Abdul Shakur is bowling. So that is very unfortunate, but that's a big wicket that breaks the partnership, because this partnership was starting to threaten Croston Kings. Now they've got the breakthrough. Asintha Chamara, 29 matches, 572 runs, 250s to his name. Off the edge, the first delivery. Comes down the ground once again. Nasid the Chamara. Trying to go after the bowling. Nineteen overs done. 109 runs on the board for the loss of 5 wickets. Adil Osman we brought in after hit for 18 runs in the first over. So the captain Saturshan seems to be trusting Adil Osman. He's been given the chance to bowl the second over itself, and the first ball goes for a boundary. This time off the bat of Sineth Malvattage. And that's a good quality shot, isn't it? Didn't try to overhit it. Played through the line, through the offside. And no chance for the field at the deep covers region. This is not good bowling from Adil Osman. He's just making it too easy for Sineth Malvattage, especially for someone who has been out there for 38 deliveries. When you bowl it wide outside the off stump with no real movement off of the surface, it becomes really easy pickings. That goes high up in there, and that's gone the distance. It's Asitha Chamari was trying to go after the bowling since his rival out there at the centre. But now he finally gets the connection he was looking for, and through the mid-wicket region, he goes all the way and he gets 6 for it. It's 12 runs from this over as well. Well, just like that. That's a third boundary in this over. So 16 runs with one more delivery to go. That goes high up in there. I think that has gone the distance as well. Oh, yes, barely it's gone for a 6. Last ball of this over coming up. 8 runs off of this Abdul Sakur's over. And that's the end of the over 30-run partnership between Sineth and Asitha Chamara. Richards Chesley being brought in now. It's the power over. So the batting side, Beaston Warriors, have taken the power over here. So only 2 fielders are permitted outside the 30-yard circle. Now that gives a chance for Sineth Malvattake and Asintha Chamara to break the shackles and get some quick boundaries. So 2 overs will be given as power overs, where only 2 fielders will be permitted outside the 30-yard circle, and going to play with the pink ball. Punch down the ground. That's a good-looking shot. There's protection in the deep. The Lancashire Premier League 2025, organised by the Lancashire Cricket Academy. That's the season 4, so they've been playing for 4 years now. And I was privileged to have few chats with some players, and what they did mention is that this has been organised so good, and it's a good opportunity for these players to showcase their talents. And I was told that the Lancashire Cricket Academy have a lot of plans, upcoming plans. Soon after this, the finish of this tournament, they have some big plans coming up, especially for an under-15 tournament that would follow a franchise system. Covering the entirety of the island. The north, the east, the central provinces, the south, the Colombo, everyone will be given a chance. These for the under 15 players. So it will be following a fully franchise method. I think it's the first time that such an inauguration would be done here in Sri Lanka for age level cricket, a franchise method. Meanwhile, Asitha Chamara is committing to his shots way too early. Beaston Warriors 138 for 5. Played on the back foot that time. Asitha Chamara. He played few good shots, Asitha Chamara, but in the previous over against the spinners, he's just executing his shots way too early. That goes very high up in there. Chance for the fielder. No chance. That's gone all the way for a 6. Asitha Chamara. Against the spinners, he might be struggling, but not against these medium pacers. He's going to go after you. If you bowl it in full and straight, he moves into 20s. And again, this time down the ground. It's a boundary for Asitha Chamara once again. And the score goes up to 149. This is already a good score on the board for Beeston Warriors. Off the back foot, or rather back of hand there from the bowler Pradeep Roshan, but the same result. This is some batting from Asitha Chamara. And the 50 is up in just 28 deliveries there for the Beeston Warriors. What a partnership this has been. And just at the right time, they have taken the power overs. And now Beeston Warriors are powering their way. At the moment, 155 for the loss of 5 wickets. Here's the last ball of this over. 17 runs coming off from this over. 155 for 5. 2 more overs to go. Oh, that's a poor delivery. Off the edge, might run down towards the boundary. Yes, it does. Has to be a no ball, is it? We'll wait for the confirmation from the umpire. Faster delivery this time from Richards Jessley. But now look how the runs are coming in for Beeston Warriors. Asita Sharma, 38 of 19. He's just logging every delivery. If it hits, it stays hit. Otherwise, goes straight into the hands of the wicket-keeper. But it's been a very effective approach so far for Beeston Warriors. That goes high up in there. Should be taken. And it is taken quite comfortably at mid-wicket. Or more towards that long on fielder. So Asita Chamara's stay out there at the centre comes to an end. Once again clearing out his front foot to make room to play that shot towards the onside. But this time the long on fielder didn't really have to move much. Anjana Oten comes in at number 8 for Beeston Warriors. That's the end of the over. One more over to go. 161 for 6. 3 wickets for Fasil Marija. Right, so Shamsul Munir to bowl his second spell here. First a couple of overs, went for 4 runs. And starts off with a wide. Good rhyme here to the wickets. And that's 50 for Sineth Malwattage. 50 off 50, a runner ball 50. Exactly what they wanted from Sineth Malwattage. The highest run scorer in this tournament for Beeston Warriors. Has once again stood up for his team. With 3 fours and a 6, he completes his half century. Oh, that's gone, is it? Yes, as soon as he gets to his 50, charges down the ground. Try to get some extra runs on the board, but Sinet Malvattagi has to depart. Didn't really bounce once again. Shamsul Munir. There we go. Didn't bounce. It's not a pitch where you can trust the bounce. And Sinet Malvattagi had to learn that the hard way. So Beaston Warriors are now 165 for 7 and we've got 4 more deliveries remaining. Oh, that's a good shot. Anjan Orden gets a connection and it's gone all the way for a 6. Beaston Warriors have now 172 runs on the board with 1 more delivery to go in this over. Right, so 172 for 7. 1 more delivery to go. Shamsul Munir, that was touch to full. Keep it outside the off stump. Don't bowl it full and straight. Got to keep it simple. Right, so coming back for the second run. Gets a second run and they're running for the third one. This is suicidal. Nevertheless, a really good total on the board for Beaston Warriors as they finish their 25 overs with 174 runs on the board for the loss of 7 wickets. And that means the target is set for the Croston Kings. They need 175 runs to win this match against the Beaston Warriors. It's an uphill task for sure. On a surface that is favoring this on a surface which is very slow and you cannot trust the bounce, and we saw a couple of batters paying the price and learning that the hard way. So we'll see what kind of a run chase this would be for the Croston Kings. But one thing for sure, Beaston Warriors, they have a really good total on the board, and if they bowl well, I'm sure that defending a total of 175, it's not gonna be that difficult. But they need to make sure that they bowl in good areas, and at the same time their fielding has to be up to the standards as well. Right, so looking into the highlights, the Beaston Warriors started off well. Anushka, this captain, but then the Right, so the target is set for the Croston Kings as they need 175 runs to win this match. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with the run chase for the Croston Kings. Right, so the umpires and the players walking out to the middle as the Croston Kings have to chase down a total of 175 runs to win this match. It certainly is going to be an uphill task. Especially it's not going to be easy against the Beeston Warriors on a surface that is not bouncing that much against the spinners. So I'm sure the Beeston Warriors would try out few different fast bowlers up front, but majority of their bowlers, they have good spinners in their lineup, so it will be a spin show here at the Thurston College grounds for sure. I'm sure that's what we can expect from the Beeston Warriors. Beeston Warriors certainly looks more happier camp in this match against the Croston Kings because they have good runs on the board. 175 runs on the board means the bowlers will have that extra bit of cushioning to work with, extra bit of freedom to work with. Right, so here we go. Ball number 1. Lancashire going to sing 21 wickets in 23 games. The captain coming in as the opening batter and the opening bowler for the Beeston Warriors. Very gentle medium pace. That is exactly the kind of deliveries you would want to be careful as a batter, because if it's a short pitch delivery, there's a high chance that ball might not just bounce off the surface, it might just keep low. You got to be very, very cautious, because we saw a couple of times the bounce was not there off the surface. When the ball gets old, it just tends to become even more troubling for the batters. So that is something that the Croston Kings would need to keep in mind. First over done, 2 runs on the board for Croston Kings. Anjana Orden, 59 wickets. He's going to bowl the second over for the Beeston Warriors. Driven pass straight to the hands of the fielder. Abdul Rahman, the second highest run scorer in this tournament, coming in as the opener for Croston Kings. Played some really good shots. Even in the previous weekend, he played some really good shots and got 70 odd runs if I'm not mistaken. Punched off the back foot this time. Couldn't get it past the 30-yard circle. Two was done, 7 runs on the board, and Anushka Gunasinghe to continue. Right into the block call. So any moment we would see the Beeston Warriors bringing in spinners from both the ends, and that's where the real test begins for the Groston Kings. Quick single. Oh, a direct hit would have been really, really interesting, but overthrows means that the batters will cross for another single. Driven through the offside this time. Anushka not giving any pace for either of these two batters to work with. Abdul Rahman is very strong through the onside, especially through mid-wicket region. He will try to whack you if you bowl it full on the straight. That's a good delivery. Inside edge and gone. Well, Akil Ahmed have chopped that righty back onto his stumps. Let's have a look at that again. Anjan Orton with his gentle medium pace deliveries. There we go, just a subtle inward movement, just enough to get that inside edge. And he has chopped it back onto his stumps. So just like that, the first wicket goes down. Groston Kings at 10 for 1 now. Anjan Orton punched off the back foot once again. It seems to brush that pad on his way to the wicket keeper. Hence it's not been given as a wide. Zaid Emir is the new man in. That's a high up in there. Is that a chance? And it's taken. Sineth Malwattage takes a really good catch. The long on fielder was stationed just for a shot like that. And it's Abdul Rahman who has to depart. It's a big wicket. It's a big fish. Not fully committed to the shot that time. If it's there to be hit, but not much power behind that shot. And Anjana Orton picks up his second wicket. Roston Kings now 2 down for 11. Starts off with a wide Anushka. Good bit of field at that time, Anushka. Banging it full once again into the block hole. Carved it out, Zaid Emir, but this is good fielding. Anjana Orton. 5 done, 14 for 2 Croston Kings. That goes high up in there. And that's gone the distance. That's out of the park as well. Lisura Sigera gets a ball to be wide outside the off stump, and Zaid Emir slashed his bat at it. There we go. Nine runs from this over. Got 2 more deliveries to go. 6 overs done. 24 for 2. 2 wickets for Anjan Orton so far. So no change from the other end. Anushka is set to continue. The record run rate is almost 8 runs per over. At the moment they're going at 4 runs per over. But that's very wide that time from Anushka. He's been pretty economical so far in this 3.2 overs. Have given away only 10 runs. Not picked up a wicket, but been very economical. Very close to the tram line once again. That's to the gap, and that'll run down towards a boundary. So a boundary after a long time for Croston Kings, and it comes off the bat of Zaid Amir. 7 done, 31 for 2. Zaidemir once again just resorting to his back foot. Lisura Sigera is bowling his second over, none for 14. Been pretty expensive so far, even in the first game, even in the first over. Given away 10 runs in the first over, and now in this over have given away only 3 runs. So a good comeback from Lisura Sigera. Last ball of this over coming up. That took the batter by surprise. Short pitch delivery. There's protection, deep backward squalling fielder. Collects a ball, and that's the end of the over. 8 overs done, 35 for 2. Malindu Chaturanga, one of the top wicket takers in the tournament, has been brought in, and only in the 9th over, we're seeing a spinner being introduced from the Beeston Warriors. Once again, Sudarshan, or rather Sadurshan, the captain of the Croston Kings, is still out there in the middle. He's taking his time, but these two batters, they've done well here, put up some resistance against the Beeston Warriors, and with that scoreboard pressure, it'd be really interesting to see how they approach the next few overs. Malindu Chaturanga's first over went for just 2 runs, and now comes Pasindu Samarasinghe. Was brilliant with the bat in the previous game, and now let's see what we can do with the ball in hand. Oh, that's a no ball. So another free hit now. This time it's Zaid Emir who's on strike at the moment. And taken in the deep. Where that was firmly struck there from the batter, Zaid Emir. There we go. For a moment I thought it went all the way, but just fallen short of the boundary line. But now, what's happening there? That's nicely played. That's neatly done. And it'll run away for a boundary. And Zaid Emir picks up his first boundary in this over. And that spoils the good over from Pasindu Samarasinghe. 10 runs coming off from that over. 10 done. 47 for 2. That'll be a wide. Malindu Chaturanga to continue the 11th over of the match. That's in the air, but safe and through the gap as well, and it reaches the boundary. with such ease. That was well timed and well placed from Zaidemir. Onto the offside. It was up in there for some time, but the placement was exquisite and he had no risks whatsoever. And 50 is up with that boundary for the Croston Kings. Eleven overs done, 56 for 2. Passing to Samar Singh to continue. First over went for 10 runs. You need to make sure that he's not giving away any extra runs in this over. Passing to Samar Singh is bowling touch too fast in my liking. On a surface like this, the slower you bowl, the better you get off the purchase you get off the surface. It's off the edge. Couple of runs there. The partnership now 50 runs between Sadurshan and Zaidemir. This is a wonderful partnership. A partnership that has certainly taken Croston Kings into this game. And now everything seems to be under control. But a wicket here will definitely change the whole momentum of the game. As you can see, 114 runs required of 79. And the run rate is very gettable at this stage of the game with 8, just above 8 runs per over, which is gettable at this stage of the game because they only lost 2 wickets so far in these 12 overs. So we'll see the next few overs how things will progress. Anchor Orton with couple of wickets. In 12 overs, they've made 61 for the loss of 2 wickets. Right, so Sinet Malwathage being brought in to bowl this 13th over. A nicely tossed up delivery. I think it's his type of bowling would suit this surface here at the Thurston College grounds, because he's tossing it up, has a good loop, and he's a bit slow through there as well. So it'll be an interesting battle, especially against Zaid Emir, who is at full flow at the moment, 34 of 32. Once again worked away towards the backward point region. Just a single. Thirteen done, 65 for 2. Gayan being brought in. Another bowling change. Quite surprising to see Beaston Warriors going with medium pace bowlers on a track that supports spinners so much. We saw that when Croston Kings were bowling, it was all about the spinners who took control of the game. But I think having runs on the board at this stage of the game is surely making the Beaston Warriors feel much comfortable out there at the centre, and it just allows the captain as well to give out and to try out something different and to give a chance for, you know, all the opportunities. And once again, Zaid Emir missing it out wide outside the off stump. That goes very high up in there, and I think that has gone the distance. Once again, a brilliant strike out of the park. Zaid Emir has struck 2 sixes, if I'm not mistaken, so far in this game. And both the sixes have gone out of the park. Full swing of the bat. There we go. Cleared out his front foot, made some room for himself, and just through the offside he goes. Sineth Malwattage. Another tossed up below. This time it's up in there. Chance on the bounce to the fielder. There we go once again. That loop messing the batter. S.P. Sadhurshan. And gone. There we go. Gayan picks up a wicket, and that breaks the partnership. A partnership that was certainly threatening Beast and Warriors, and Zaid Emir has to depart for 42. And Croston Kings are now 74 for 3 in their pursuit of this 175 runs in 25 overs. It's a big wicket. It's a big moment of the game, a decisive moment of the game for sure, because this partnership was building on a 50-run partnership between Sadhurshan and Gayan, was certainly, or rather Sadhurshan and Zaid Emir were certainly threatening them. But now, with Zaid Emir back in the pavilion, Eastern Warriors now can get back into this game quite comprehensively. Richards Chesley is a new man in. Gayan breaking the partnership and bringing Eastern Warriors back into this game. Once again, a good delivery. There's protection in the deep. Gayan just keeping it very straight and bowling stumps to stump, which is the right way to do, because anything on the full, anything on the up outside the off stump will be carved away by Sadurshan, who has been really good in that particular thing. But other than that, the way Gayan is bowling, he's just keeping it very straight and bowling wicket to wicket. That's very unfortunate. Can't really blame the wicket keeper, because that was a very odd and weird bounce right before it reached the wicket keeper. Let's have a look at that again. Yeah, there we go. Cannot blame the wicket keeper. Sinet Malvattage. And once again, that lack of bounce is making the batters struggle out there at the middle. And this is what I mentioned, that the way in which Sinet Malvattage is bowling perfectly suits these conditions. He's bowling it slow, he's tossing it up, has a nice loop. Have a look at this. Here we go. See, when it's slow, it becomes generally difficult for the batter to negotiate that bowling on a surface like this, which is a slow surface here at Thurston College Grounds. Not exactly the opposite what we had in the morning, because that was hard, that had a good covering of grass, but now it has become much softer. Means that the ball will hold up a bit on the surface, and that perfectly suits the spinners. There we go. So the batters will have to put that extra bit of pressure, extra bit of force behind their shots, and that's where you force the batter to do some mistakes. That's a good looking shot, and it's taken in the deep. Sadurshan, the captain, has to depart as Groston Kings lose both their set batters. Zaidemir in one of the previous overs, and now Sinet Malvattage once again. See, it's his bowling, it's his pace, it's in which he's bowling, the manner in which he's bowling, that makes it extremely difficult to put him away. So Sadurshan falls prey to Sinet Malvattage, and Groston Kings are now 86 for 4. Abdullah Shafiq is a new man in, and Kyle Mathushankar with the ball in hand. Picked up a wicket early on. Yeah, probably just sliding down the leg side. The angle in which Guyana is bowling, the ball is always sliding down the leg side. Swing and a miss that time. Abdullah Shafiq. And once again. This time he gets a connection, but right on the bounce to the fielder at deep point. Just a single. Right, so Sinet Malvattage, having picked up a wicket in his previous over, is back. Oh, what seems to be troubling there? Probably some Words being exchanged between the batter and the wicket keeper. Richard Chesley on 5. As punched on the ground, right on the bounce to pass into Samar Singha. Out in the boundary line. Just 3 runs so far from this over. Superb spell this from Sineth. Nineteen done, 92 for 4. Punched down the ground for another single that time. And Madhushankar is back with the ball in hand. Once again on to the onside this time. But there's protection. Ah, this has to be out. Is it? You know, I think the batter is safe that time. For a moment I thought the batter was just short of his ground at the non-striker's end. But he comes home at the end quite safely. Right, so 77 more runs required of 31. Here's the last ball of this over. Yeah, another single taken. So 20 done, 5 more to go. 99 runs on the board for 4. Right, here we go. The power over has been taken, and there we go. That's a boundary. Just what the doctor ordered for Crusted Kings at this stage of the game. They need boundaries, and the power overs are exactly what they need right now. So 2 overs, and 2 fielders will be permitted outside the 30-yard circle. This is Anjana Orton. Picked up a couple of wickets for just 6 runs in 2.1 overs. He's now been given the responsibility to bowl the power over. Right, so here we go. Richard Jessley pulled back at the last moment. Anjana Orton. That's a big shot. And that's gone all the way for a 6. Down the ground, Richard Chesley gets a full use of his power over. He gets a 4 and now he gets a 6. Down the ground. That's high up in there. No chance for the fielders. Has that gone all the way for a 6? We'll wait for the confirmation from the umpire. Oh, yes, it has. You bet it does. Now, 4, 6, and another 6 now. Anjana Orton is banging it in short. And it pulled away for a 6. Richard Chesley. A slower delivery. That's up in there and that's taken. Abdullah Shafiq has to depart. And Anjana Orton picks up his 3rd wicket. Croston Kings now 117 for 5. Again, a slower delivery. The batter well and truly early to his shot. And Sineth Malwatage takes a good catch. 21 done, 117 for 5. That'll be wide. Richard Jessley playing a blinder of an innings here. Back-to-back wides from Lisu Sigera. That's through the gap. And that's gone all the way for a boundary. Richard Jessley gets a connection. The idea was right from Lisu Sigera to bowl it wide outside the off stump. But this time the execution was not perfect as it ended up being a full toss on the offside in easy pickings for Richard Jessley. Turning out to be a big over. Runs from this over with one more delivery to go. (22 done, 131 for 5. That's a good looking shot, and that's... Oh, dropped. That was a good effort. Passing to Samarasinghe. A valiant effort down in the deep. There we go. Firmly struck and just popped out of his hands at the last moment. (42 of 15). Richard Chesley 37 of 27. He's been the stand-up performer this last 4 to 5 overs. Hitting those boundaries whenever it's possible. That's a good delivery. Right in the block call. And Richard Chesley couldn't get under the ball that time. More wides coming in from Manjanath. One towards the leg side and one towards the off stump. This was a
Sigera starts off with a wide. Worked away towards the onside, reaches Chesley. Two runs so far from this over. The penultimate over. Croston Kings 138 for 5. Here's Vinodhan John is on strike now. And there we go. That might just run away for a boundary. Oh yes, it does. It does go all the way for a boundary. Doggone, there we go. Vinodhan John opens up and exposes his leg stump. And that's exactly where Lisura Sigera targeted. Just like that, the wicket goes down. Vinodhan John is gone for 5. And Lisura Sigera picks up his first wicket. There we go. Slightly exposing his leg stump. Trying to flick that ball towards the onside, but missed it by quite the margin. So now 142 for 6, Croston Kings. And now 33 in 8 deliveries. That is what's required for Croston Kings to win this match. 33 runs and 8 deliveries remaining.
Mohammad Riyad is the new batter in. .143 for 6. Last over coming in. 33 runs, or rather. Right, so here we go, the last over coming in. 32 runs required of the last 6. Richards Chesley is on strike, he's on 39. Answer Orton to bowl his last over. 32 runs required. And they're running. Oh, he missed it, the wicket keeper. But he gets a single that time. A complete mix-up there between the two batters. But they get a single nevertheless. Another quick single. So Beasted Warriors well and truly on the verge of a stunning victory here at Thurston College ground. So this win will be their second win in this tournament. So they lost 2, they won 1, and in their 4th game now, they will have an equal split as with 2 wins and 2 losses. Whereas Croston Kings, this is their 3rd game. Oh, that's a good looking shot, but touch too late that time. That's a good looking shot. That's gone all the way for a 6. Right in his arc, Richards Chesley has absolutely hammered that. There we go, right in his arc. So Croston Kings now with this match, they played 3 matches. They've lost 2 and they won 1. And Beaston Warriors with 2 wins and 2 losses. And Ashton Lions are unbeaten in the tournament with their win in the morning match as well. So they've won both their matches. And that's Richards Chesley and his half century. A stunning half century from Richards Chesley in just 36 balls, 3 4s and 3 6s. And he fought till the end. Until the very last delivery. Just too much to ask for in the last over. But he gave his best. He gave his everything. 50 off 36 for Richards Chesley. Here we go, the last ball. Goes down the ground. There's no fielders up inside the 30-yard circle. But it'll be just a single. And it's a win for the Beaston Warriors in 25 overs. They've made 174. And now the Croston Kings have been restricted for just 157 runs. Means that Beaston Warriors have now won this game by 18 runs. So it's an absolutely stunning game of cricket here at the
Thurston College grounds, the Lancashire Premier League 2025, and now Beeston Warriors, after losing both their previous matches, have come back quite strongly in this match to win against Croston Kings and to stay alive in this tournament. So this win, as I mentioned earlier, means that the Beeston Warriors have now played 4 games and they have got 2 wins and 2 losses. So this win will definitely boost the confidence of the team heading into the latter part of the tournament. And as the captain Anushka did mention before the match in an interview, that the team is in a good mentality, even though they lost the previous 2 games, that they would fight till the end to win this match against Croston Kings. And that is exactly what they did. So a good victory, a stunning victory, for a good comeback, I would say, for the Beeston Warriors in this Lancashire Premier League 2025, and credits should go to Croston Kings as well. The way they fought till the very end was quite commendable as well. They bowled well, but in the last few overs, the Beeston Warriors got away with runs as they made 174 runs in the end at their 25 overs. So Croston Kings restricted 457 in their 25 overs for the loss of 6 wickets. Means that Beeston Warriors have won this game by 18 runs. The Lancashire Premier League 2025, the 4th week comes to an end here at the Thurston College grounds after 2 stunning games of cricket. In the morning it was the Ashton Tigers who won the game, and now the Beeston Warriors have made quite the comeback to make sure that they would still stay alive in this tournament. So let's have a look at the highlights of this run chase from the Croston Kings. They started off with Abdul Rahman and Akil Ahmed. Abdul Rahman, obviously one of the highest run scorers in the tournament, but it was very unfortunate. This was his dismissal, as he was dismissed for just 6 runs off the bowling of Anjana Orton. And then Akil Ahmed soon followed him as Anjana Orton picks up his 2nd wicket. But then came Zaid Emir and SP Sadurshan, the captain. The 2 players added some really good runs onto the board and a good partnership, a 50-plus partnership. And at that moment, that phase of the game, Croston Kings were well and truly ahead in this game, and they were on the verge of chasing things down here at Thurston College grounds. But the Beeston Warriors, they came back at the right time, at the right moment. They picked up those wickets in regular intervals, and they didn't really allow these Croston Kings batters to settle down and form a threatening partnership. The only threatening partnership in this whole innings was that 50-run partnership between SP Sadurshan and Zaid Emir. Zaid Emir scored brilliantly for 42 runs of 43, and Sadurshan, the captain, also contributed with 20 runs of 34 deliveries. And then it was all about Richard Jessley. In that 20th over, 20th to 25th over, Richard Jessley played some really good shots. But in the end, it was just too much to ask for. He scored 51 of just 37 deliveries, played all around the park, 3 sixes and 3 fours. But as I mentioned earlier, having that 174 on the board really ended up being just too much for Croston Kings, as they were restricted for just 157 runs for the loss of 6 wickets in their 25 overs. Vinodhan John and Fasil Marija. Fasil Marija was quite brilliant with the ball in hand in the first innings, but with the bat he couldn't do much, as it was just too much to ask for, as I mentioned earlier. And all the credits should go to the Beeston Warriors, the way they batted half centuries for Sineth Malvattage and Asita Chamara, how they finished off the innings. That was truly commendable, and I think that's one of the main reasons as to why the Beeston Warriors were able to defend this score. Had they scored 150 odd runs, this would have been a very, very close game, and even Croston Kings would have chased things down. But it's just 20 extra runs that really made the difference, and Beeston Warriors have done a good job in terms of bowling, and their fielding has been quite good as well. And this was Anjana, or rather Lisula Sigera, getting rid of Vinodhan John for just 5 runs, exposing his leg stumps. But in the last few overs, though they didn't really give away any boundaries, especially from the over number 15 to over number 20, they were very, very tight, and that is the main reason. The required run rate just before the 15th over was around 7 to 8 runs per over, but soon after that 15th over, things started to escalate, and the required run rate went way above 10 runs per over, and that's where Croston Kings ended up losing their grip in this game. Right, so hope you enjoyed our live stream right here from the Thurston College grounds, the Lancashire Premier League 2025. This is season 4, the 4th weekend, and next weekend as well. Don't miss out the live action, as we will bring you all the live action of the Lancashire Premier League 2025. And until we meet again, it's a goodbye and good night from Thurston College grounds.